happy Sunday, or whatever day it may be where you are, or when you're watching this. If you're in the US, and this applies to you, happy Father's Day. Let's see, there we go. Now we've got this. There's some people in chat discussing the history of Zach. The history of Zach, for those curious, is that originally on this stream, way back when we started in around stream 1, I would dance for the first digit of each puzzle, and so we did that for a while. I don't know, like 4 months or so, and then as the stream started to take off, we were able to hire a professional digit dancing penguin, who we met at the Tampa Bay Aquarium by coincidence. That is when we hired Zach on to be part of the zetamath enterprise. So that is the rough story of Zach's history with the channel. We are very happy that he's still with us, despite many offers from other channels. So thank you, Zach. And I'm glad there are many Zach fans in the audience as well. Today's puzzle that was voted on is by Abed, who is a fantastic constructor. This puzzle was voted for by Woofer, Neverio, Doomdiat, Luda, Russ, David, DDX, and Chloe. So thank you so much to all of you for your support. If you didn't know, people who support the channel at the windmill level or above get to sort of see the list of potential upcoming puzzles and vote for whatever puzzle it is that they would most like to see me do, and then I start with that puzzle. If there's a tie, then I just arbitrarily pick in some way, shape, or form. So today there was a two-way tie between those, I believe. So we're going to do this one. Yes, if you go to look at the old ones, and all the VODs are up for the old ones, you can go back and see the ones. But yeah, you have to go back over a year to get to the Zeta Dance ones. But they are there. I don't know. Did I do that even in stream 1? I don't remember. I'm not 100% sure exactly when I started doing it, but it was not too far in. All right. So I don't think I have any other announcements at the moment that I can think of. We're less than 2 weeks from moving into our new house, so I'm very excited about that. But yes. Because us getting Zach coincided with us starting the Patreon, and so I know there's a lot of people who have been supporting for over a year there, so it must be over a year. I think it was April of 2022 that we got Zach. And yes, of course, please like the videos as you watch them. It is much appreciated. Alrighty. Excuse me. So let's understand the rules of Abeduila's puzzle. I've heard fantastic things about this puzzle, so I'm excited to try it. So we need to shade some cells and write a number from 1 to 8 in every unshaded cell. Okay, so shaded don't get numbers. Unshaded do get numbers. Such that no digit repeats within a row or column. Shaded cells cannot contain numbers. And then a row or column does not necessarily contain every digit from 1 to 8. So this is sort of the traditional Japanese sums, although with 1 to 8 instead of 1 to 9. How big is this grid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops, I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, it's 12 by 12. All right. In the final grid, shaded cells must be orthogonally connected and contain no 2 by 2 area, which can be fully shaded. Okay, well, I'm already in love with the puzzle because it has a no 2 by 2 rule, which is, I don't know why, but it just does it for me. There are 9 orthogonally connected sets of unshaded cells containing each digit from 1 to 8 exactly once. Okay, so we are doing a weird chaos construction JSUMs thing. Each unshaded cell is part of such a region, and the regions may not touch orthogonally, but may touch diagonally. Okay, that's very interesting. The clues to the left side are Japanese sums. A number indicates the sum of the digits in consecutive strings of unshaded cells. So again, if there's a string of digits, then these things give me the sum of each of the digits in each string, but they're ciphered according to this cipher, which we'll get to in a second. But so, for example, there are 2 strings of unshaded cells in this row. I think I said shaded when I meant unshaded. There are 4 strings of unshaded cells in this column, and so on. And so they gave complete information, except where there's... Oh, sorry. When I said there's 2, this was one of the ones with an asterisk. That was a poor choice. There's 3 up here, though. I have said many wrong things, but whatever. I didn't sleep well last night, so we'll be doing our best to get through this puzzle together. Fortunately, chat will usually do it all for me if I just chill, so I suspect we'll be able to do it. Are the clues at the top not also Japanese sums? They are not. Okay, the clues at the top of the grid... Sorry, I also said something wrong about the top, because I assumed that it worked. These are J-sums clues. These are not. These are cross the streams clues, whatever on earth that means. A number indicates the size of each group of consecutive shaded cells, which are in that column in order from top to bottom. Each distinct clue. Okay, so this is just giving me the number of shaded cells in each group. And then a question mark represents a single-digit number. Double question marks represent double-digit numbers. An asterisk implies that any number of blocks may exist, including 0. And I believe, although it's not super explicit here, I believe we're told that these are double-digit numbers, not single-digit numbers. And then each letter represents a number from 0 to 9. But we can note right away, hey, Christian, I hope you're doing well, that all the numbers that occur up here are neither 0 nor 9. So because I can't have a contiguous group of 0 cells, and there can't be 9 shaded cells in a column. So actually, I can do even more than that. Because, like, here, I know that U plus C plus D plus C... Oh, we can have leading zeros. Is that true? Sorry, unshaded. Sorry, I keep flipping unshaded. Oh, wait, are these shaded? Sorry, these are counting shaded. Oh, it is shaded. Okay, sorry. It is not just that I flipped shaded and unshaded. Sorry, so it could be 9. So yeah, so I don't actually know. Never mind. Okay. Someone in chat claims we can have leading zeros, but I don't... Is that really true? Including... I don't think so. I don't think that's true. It would not be a double-digit number if it had a leading 0. So I think that's wrong. As being pointed out by Martin, we have a sort of very generous starting row here. I don't know where we're going to put the bet tree. We'll figure it out in a second. But, spoiler, any 2-digit number needs to be at least 2 long. And so, provided that we believe these have to be 2-digit numbers, which I assume to be the case, this row can only be shaded this way, with these being the shaded cells. Can someone look at the LMD page and confirm that we can't have leading zeros? I'm pretty sure we can't have leading zeros, but it doesn't super explicitly say that in terms of... Because the rules here just don't address at all what question mark B means. So... Yeah, that's right. Our anniversary is this day next week. Very nice. Okay, so we've got these, and I think, remember, digits go in green, digits do not go in not green. And the grays all have to connect, and there's no 2x2s of gray, but there can be 2x2s of green, and all the greens are part of an 8-cell region, of which there are 9 total. I'm trying to repeat to myself what all of the rules are. Uh, let's see. Yeah, so these are like number clues. Let's see. We've got a Z, a C, and a U, and a D at the top of these things. So I'm going to look at those real quick. So one of these numbers, because these numbers are all at least 1. So one of these numbers is at least 4. And so one of these is saying that there's at least 4 shaded cells at the top of the column, which I think will be useful later. Oh, Martin with another point that this is actually all of the numbers from 1 through 8, and that because of the way numbers work, I'm only allowed the numbers 1 through 8 in this puzzle. So 1 just can't go in a double-digit sum at all. So 1 has to go over here. And so yeah. Oh no, we're happy to have you chat, Danita. But yeah, you did miss me answering your question about Zach earlier. Uh, uh, so yeah, so there's a 1 over here. Remember, there are no 9s in the grid. I should remind myself there are no 9s in the grid. Uh, okay, so Josh is suggesting that we sort of think about how this works. So if I don't put a U up here, then I'd have to put a U, 2 C's, and a D, and that's not going to work because U, C, and D are different. And so if I think about how many shaded cells I could fit in here, C would be, I'd do my best work if I made C 1. But then U and D would have to be at minimum 2 and 3, and I don't have enough cells for that. So actually, Josh's point is that the U is shaded up here, and so U can only be 1 or 2. I don't see any reason why 8 plus 2 is not valid, Peter. What's wrong with 8 plus 2? Do I know that V and B aren't 0? I guess I know that B's not 0. Do I know that V's not 0 somehow? I don't think I know that V's not 0. So yeah, so Paul Fly is now saying, okay, so U is 1 or 2. What about C? So C could be 3 if D is 1 and U is 2. But if C is 4, we've overrun our welcome. So C therefore can only be 1, 2, or 3. I agree with that assessment. It's probably 1. We don't have anything that's sort of a first letter over here to work with. Let's see. This question mark D is going to be interesting because it might end up joining these if we're not careful. Okay, so Paul Fly is suggesting we play my absolute least favorite game, which is what letters can be 0. So A can't be 0 because it shows up as a clue. E can't be 0 because it shows up as a clue. Z can't be 0 because it shows up as a clue. D and B can't be 0 because they show up as a clue. C can't be 0 because it shows up as a clue. U can't be 0 because it shows up as a clue. And then W also shows up as a clue. So V and Y are the only 2 that can be 0. Agree. Okay. Uh, Setters, please don't put this in your puzzle. Uh, so, uh, so, uh, so we've got that one of those two has to be 0. Uh, okay, interesting. So what if V isn't 0? Then these would be 11 plus 11 at minimum. So that would be 22 plus, and then B's not 0, so this would be 22 plus 12 at minimum, so that would be 24. 27 would be the minimum. 27 isn't more than 28 yet. Wait, no, 36. 36. Oh, except it's 37 because I can't count. 11, 11, and 12 is 34 plus, 34 plus 3 is 37, right? And the numbers 1 to 8 only sum to 36. So it is true V has to be 0 in order to make that work. Okay. So I don't think we needed to play the game over here of this if we'd have just looked at the math in this row instead. Yes, we did not in fact have to play the worst game in JSOM's puzzles. If we had just looked at that first, because we did not get anything at all out of doing that, as it turns out. So we've got that. So these each sum to 10. So they don't have 5s in them, for whatever it's worth. Okay, so these are a minimum of 23, which makes this a maximum of 13. And as Martin says, if this is a maximum of 13, that means B is 1, 2, or 3, and that gets us a triple in the cipher, which means everything else is at least 4. Now, let's see. C is 1, 2, or 3. Now, D being at least 4 is almost but not quite interesting there. Yeah, I don't have any interesting letters at the start of a column that has a green at the bottom, I don't think. Oh, but now that D is interesting. So the U goes up here. And so so if C is 1 and D is 4, this would look like that. D is at least 4. So I think C has to be 1, is what we're learning from this. Because if I try and make C 2, I can't fit CDC down this column, is J. Dyer's point. So C is 1, which is great, because then it makes U 2 and makes B 3. And so U is 2, so that shades both of these cells. And now C is 1 and D can only be 4 or 5 because of the way this column works out, because I can 3, 4, 5. 5 is the absolute most I can't do. So now it's being pointed out, where does 5 go in this row? It can't go in a 10 sum. And if I put it over here, remember these sum to a minimum of, in fact, actually, these sum to 33 now exactly. So therefore, these sum to 3 exactly. So I can't put 5 here, so 5 must go in my 13 sum. So this is 5, 8. And then these are 3, 7, and 4, 6 is what is going on over here in this row. So we have all of that having gone on. What do we do now? Well, this cell's always shaded, because D is at least 4, so this cell's always shaded. We can at least say that. Likewise, that cell's always shaded, because D is at least 4. Let's see. This cell's always shaded, because Z's at least 4, although notice none of this does literally anything at all, because of this, because this row has no clues in it. Because an asterisk just means any number of clues of any type. Unless I misremember what an asterisk means. So we can extend these shadings, but sadly they're not going to immediately be nice. Oh, row 4, column 2 as well, yes. Yes, this D definitely guarantees some shading, as Jay points out, because I have to shade 4 of these 5 cells at a minimum, which means I always shade those cells, regardless of anything else. Now this... Oh, not quite. I was going to say this D is going to do interesting things because of the no 2x2 rule, but I don't think that's true. Oh, actually, I can go one further down because of the no 2x2 rule. My D can't start there, because if my D started there, I would create a 2x2, so I can actually shade that cell. Is there anywhere else I can avoid 2x2s to shade some stuff? Maybe not. But hey, we got one there. U is 2. So I do have 2 ways to make 12 and 2. So the sum of the green cells in this row is 35, right? And if the sum of the green cells in this row is 35, that means every digit is in this row except for 1. Right. Josh is saying, Josh and Martin are both pointed out, and D Web are all pointing out that I literally just said this cell is unshaded in as many words, but I did not then unshaded. I only went and shaded something. So that is worth noting. So this is either a single W or an Earth W. Or it extends. B is 3, so there's a 3 shaded cell string in here. Okay, Paul Fly's doing math here. So these two sum to 20 plus Z plus Y, and Z plus Y is a minimum of 10. So these sum to a minimum of 30, plus these two is Z plus question mark. And so Z is therefore at most 5. So Z is the other of 4, 5. And so just to go through that again, Z and Y can't be a 4, 5 pair because D is 4 or 5. So Z and Y are at a minimum 4 and 6. So these sum to a minimum of 30, which means these two sum to a maximum of 6, because the secret in this puzzle is 36, not 45. But Z again is at least 4, but it certainly is at most 5 because this is at least 1. And so that means that Z itself also is 4, 5. And so that means nothing else is 4, 5, and everything else is large. And now Paul Fly also points out that also puts a restriction on Y, because now if Y is more than 7, then these sum to at least 31. Sorry, if Y is more than 7, these sum to a minimum of 32. Plus 4 plus 1 is too many, so Y can't possibly be more than 7. So we've got all of that sort of set out. Let's see, did that do anything up here? Like, I'd love for there to be a Y over there. Z is 4 or 5, is not immediately interesting. Let's see. W-E. Wasn't there a W up here? There's not a W up here. A. Yeah, none of these letters that are big show up here, I don't think. Hey, Panthera. We're doing a JSUMS puzzle, so you were summoned. Welcome. Yeah, the W in row 1 I don't think does anything yet. I mean, it tells me that this is big, or that this sums to something more. I mean, it's making a pretty good eagle at the moment, you could argue. I would accept the eagle. There's just one giant sum in the bottom row. Kurobon doing a little bit of math up here to say, okay, neither of these things can sum to 20-something, because if either of them summed to 20-something, these would sum to 35, and then W would be 1, and W is not 1. So these, in fact, sum to 25 exactly, which means W's at most 11. See. Emily says question mark C in row 5 is at least 3 digits. Why can't I do 11 and 2? But why did these have to be 2-cell sums? One of these could be a 3-cell sum, right? I could do a 3-cell sum there and a 2-cell sum there, and then another 2-cell sum over there, right? Nasty says this Z makes Z of 4, but I... Oh, is it just by doing math again? Z and Y sum to a minimum of 30. So no, I don't think so. I think this could be a 1 and a 5 if Z is 5, right? Oh wait, no. I think M Nasty's right. If Z is 5, the minimum here is actually 31 plus 5 is 36. Right. Okay, yeah. So this row actually does tell us that Z is 4. I agree, and D is 5. Okay. I agree, because if Z was 5, the actual minimum here would be 31 plus 5 is 36 plus question mark is 37. Good spot to M Nasty there. So Z being a minimum of 5, sorry, so D being 5 now shades that cell. And D being 5 now shades that cell. Just to make that work. D being 5 actually forces the entirety shading of this column. So we have not put a digit in the grid yet, to the person claiming we have not done a digit dance. Well, this green is not isolated because the greens are all part of 8-cell regions. So I can always extend that green out by 1. I think that was what Jay was saying, but I'm not 100% sure. This is now shaded because D is 5. And so in order to make D 5, that had to work. So this is green for sure. In order to make that work. Let's see. My D is 5, and this column can't start until this spot at the earliest, because otherwise I'd create a 2x2. And so I need to shade 5 of these cells, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells. So I cannot shade the 2 at either end, but I always must shade those in order to make that work. Now if this... No, that's not true. Never mind. 2x2 avoidance is going to do weird stuff in here, but I'm not quite sure exactly what to say yet. Obviously, these can't both be shaded, but I don't have a profound statement to make yet about exactly how that's going to work. Now looking at this row, right. So if this cell is shaded, this is Paul Fly's point. Now I must do this shading to make this row work. But the problem is I can't make those cells sum to enough because they would need to sum to 35, and I can only do 35 in 7 digits, not in 6, so that does not work. So this is now always unshaded, which then makes these two shaded. So now this is always this is always unshaded, because if it was shaded, that would also be shaded and would make a 2x2. So we've got that. Okay, now the greens in this row, the first is a double-digit sum, so that's now shaded in order to make that work. Now, I can't fit 3 sums over here, no matter how hard I try. So that's always unshaded, which now pushes my D shading down here by 1. Thank you, Paul Fly. I did see that eventually, but it took me a minute. Let's see. C is 1. B is 3. Okay, so the B is 3 can't start until there at the earliest, but that still doesn't do anything just yet. I don't think I know that my W sum isn't 1 cell long, DWeb. If this is the W sum, it's not 1 cell long, but I don't think I know that's the W sum. Right. Okay, so if I now look at this, this is Emily's point, or this is Emily's point, B is 3, so I need to shade 3 of these cells. And so if I'm going to shade 3 of those cells, I must always shade that one. Now my question mark D in this row has to start before here because I don't have room. Oh, sorry. Star could be 0 clues. So I could do that potentially if this was exactly 7, 8, and this star was empty. Oh, right. This is definitely not the W sum anymore. I don't think it changes anything, but this is definitely Now, one thing I'm noticing is if this is a 2-cell sum, it has to be 7, 8, and then it can't connect to this 5, 8. Which is interesting. Oh, this green now is definitely not connected, Jay is pointing out, so those become green automatically. Otherwise, my greens have done things. I feel like this is working way too hard for this, but if this is a two-cell green sum, it doesn't work. Because if this is a two-cell green sum, it can't connect through there, so it's going to have to connect down through here, and that's going to disconnect the whole gray. And that's because the only two-cell question mark B sum that exists... Oh, crap. B is not 5. Never mind. Uh, if this B was a D, my argument would have been completely unnecessary, but would have been cool. But sadly, no, this could be 6, 7 and connect out that way. I guess just in general, this green is never connecting out this way. Because if this green connects out this way, it's going to isolate this gray. So this green's always connecting that way, which means this cell's always green. Is my point. Or if you want to see it this way, if this cell was black, this green would be forced to connect over down here, and then this gray would be isolated. So this is always green. Let's see. If this green is connecting up, is that too many cells? Not quite. If this is green, is that too many cells? That's now too many cells. No, not quite. It could be exactly that. Is that a problem? Maybe not, but close to a problem. We're getting close to problem territory. Okay, so I think chat is telling me how to disprove that this is green. So if this is green, then this region has to look exactly like this. These two sum to 12. These two sum to 13. And these two sum to 12. And so that would mean these summed to 12 plus 12 plus 13. Those would sum to 35, and therefore these would sum to 1. And I can't have a two-cell 1 sum. So this does, in fact, break in a somewhat complicated way. So that has to be gray, and so this green sneaks out over here. Because this has to connect down this side, Jay, is what we proved. If this connects down this side instead, it disconnects the gray, and the gray is connected. So yeah, it was the argument was the reverse direction. So this now can't get to 8 if it doesn't connect to this one too. So now if I don't connect to that one too, I'm a maximum of 7 cells. So therefore that's always green. And therefore this is always gray because the gray can no longer connect down. So this is always green because of the way that greens work. If this is gray, the region is forced to look exactly like that, which it probably does. Oh, actually, that just can't be gray anymore because of the column clue. Because that's my C, so that is green for sure. And then there's a B afterwards, because of that clue. The perpetual, oh, now there's a random additional clue floating around. Let's see. So these are a green-gray pair, is the point. Let's see. how many cells is this? That's 6 cells currently. Ah, so the question mark V is always in here. So this is a D clue, so it is a 5, right? The question mark V clue has to be in here, which means it always includes that cell, but it's 2 cells, so that cell's always gray. And this is always a D, and we have our first digit of the puzzle. And so that cell is a 5, and we get to bring out Zach for the world-famous 5 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. I realize the check pencil marks is off. So let's try. Oh, it's not off. It just is not seeing that that 5 sees that 8 and that 5 for whatever reason. And there's a Z over here in some capacity. Z is 4. So one of these two is green with a gray immediately below it. No, this Z is telling me that's 4 cells, D-Web, because these aren't, the ones at the top aren't JSON clues. Weirdly enough. See, I'm going to take a real quick break, but I'll be back in just a moment. Fear not, I have returned. Okay, so we've got more things happening. Let's see. Garion says row 2, column 3. And row 2, column 5 can't be the question mark B clue, since it would be too many. Okay, so if this is green, Garion is saying these would sum to these three would sum to 15. Actually, sorry, I don't think Garion is saying this can't be green. I think Garion is saying the question mark D clues over here. This might still be able to be green. I believe, but maybe not. Let's see. These cells and these cells, I know sum to 26 already. So that leaves me with 10 left. So if this cell is green, these do have to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple, which annoyingly would work because it would make these a 6, 7 pair, and that would make this a 13, which is what it's supposed to be. Odd. Okay, but there's definitely a green over here somewhere. In other words, these are not all gray, which I guess we also knew these weren't all gray because if these were all gray, this green couldn't finish. So there's an alternate proof that the question mark D is over here. So I'd really like that to prove that this is green. So the question mark D is a 15. So it would have to be 7, 8. So if this is gray, I would have to put 7, 8 on one side of this or the other. But I feel like that's okay. Just barely, but it's okay. It would force the thing below it in all sorts of ways. This probably couldn't be it, though. Because if this was gray and this was a giant amalgam of stuff, this would be 15 plus 10 is 25 plus however many cells this is would be let's see, that's a question mark U. Yeah, that would already be 37. So that doesn't work. So if this is gray, it's these two that are green. I feel like I can probably start to form some sort of argument about that, but I can't quite figure it out. But yeah, somewhere over here we have the question mark D clue. The question mark, I guess one way to phrase it, the question mark D clue. Oh no, I was thinking the question mark D clue was always going to have to join this, but that's not true. It could be that there's a bunch of gray up here, and then the question mark D clue sort of ends up separate. Let's see, and I still have to remember there's a W clue over here somewhere. Ah, right. Okay, so that's a good spot from DWeb. This is a 12 sum. And we know what 12 sum it is because it can't be 5, 7. So it has to be 4, 8, and we know the order. And so now this is 12 and 3 with no 1, because there's not a 1 in the row at all, and no 4 or 8. So 12 and 3 with no 1. So does there have to be a 2? Yes, there has to be a 2 in here. Because if there's not, then the minimum I could do is 3, 4, 5, except 3, 4, 5 is already 12, and there's a 4 in the row. So there does have to be a 2 in here, which actually tells me that this is a 1 and that's a 2. And so after I've used the 2, then I now need a 2-cell 10 sum, which can't be 1, 9, or 2, 8, or 4, 6. So it has to be 3, 7. So 2, 3, 7 is the answer. So it's 5, 6 is the pair that I have over here somewhere. Is a green 5 and 6. which is going to be interesting with sort of the geometry of how everything's sort of spilling down through here. How many cells is this? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, right. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells. So I get one more cell. Oh, right. And I have to get to question mark V down here. And so Martin is also seeing that. So how am I getting to 10 only as 4, 6 with what is present down here? So this is a 4, 6. There's another 4, 6 over here, and I actually know what these digits are because they're not 2, 3, 7, 4, or 6, or 1. So they're not 1, 2, 3. One of them is a 5, and we've got 6, 7, and one of them is an 8. So these are a 5, 8 pair hanging out over there. As it currently sits. Question mark D is, yeah, right. So the question mark D. So that, okay. Hey, Chef of Death, I hope you're doing well. And so my Z clue in this row has to be a 1, 3. So, because there's a 4, 6 here. So I'm going to write this in a ridiculous way. There's a 1, 3 over here somewhere. And likewise, for this question mark C, there's a 5, 6 over here somewhere. I just want to try and sort of keep track of a little bit of places where I know that in this string of digits we have all of these things. Got a U and a Z. Okay, so U is what? U is 2. So if this is green, it's a 2. This can't be green. Oh, no, it could be. No, I don't think it can be. If this is green, it's not a 2. So it's not the U clue, which means the U clue came before it in the row. But now this region can't finish. So that doesn't work. So this is always gray. That feels like a kind of... it feels like I probably overkilled that one, is my general feeling. By the way, B is 3, so this is always gray now because of that. So this is always green, actually. We've got some interesting sort of stuff happening over here. Let's see, row 7, column 1. I don't know what I'm supposed to say about row 7, column 1. Oh, sorry. If row 6, column 1 is shaded... Sorry, I'm trying to read Martin's point. If this is shaded... No, if this is green, then row 7, column 1 is an isolated shaded. I don't quite see why. Wait, if row 6, column 1 is green, then row 6, column 1's not shaded. Oh, okay, so you're saying if this is shaded, there's a problem. So if this is shaded, then that's shaded. And then that's green. And then that's shaded. That still doesn't seem like a problem to me. I'm missing something that Martin sees. Okay, sorry. If this cell is, if this cell is green, that's the thing that people are saying. Sorry, people said a whole bunch of different rows than the row that they meant. If this is green, this becomes an isolated shaded because it can't connect to a region it would make it 9 cells. Got it. Okay, so this is always shaded. Got it, got it. Okay. So therefore, this cell is gray as well, because if it wasn't, this would need to be a 2-cell 2 clue. As it is, it's a 1-cell 2 clue. And therefore, this is green to avoid a 2x2. Therefore, this is gray because I have to finish this region. This I know is a 4-6. There we go. We got there. I know it's tricky without row or column labels to correctly get what thing is what. This is certainly green. This green region still has to get out, so that's certainly green. We're getting dangerously close to the thing where zeta misses that I have 8 shaded cells or 8 unshaded cells in column 5, so we can look forward to that. So these are from, let's just fill in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And they're part of a sum to A. Oh, so there can't be a 3 in here. Because if there's a 3 in here, it's... Oh, no, A could be 9. Sorry, A is allowed to be 9. Good spot, good spot. This D is D. So this is green, which makes that gray. Because D is 5, and that's 5 shaded cells. This is now gray because B is 3, remember, so I need 3 shaded cells down here. It is true that A can no longer be 6. Yep. Hey, Chip, how are you doing? I hope you are doing well. Let's see, E is big, or whatever that means. Right. This is now a 2-cell. This Emily catches this. This is, we didn't know if this was a 2-cell or a 3-cell sum, but now we do know it's a 2-cell 13 sum that's not 5, 8, so it's 6, 7. And so these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are 1, 3, 4. To make all of that work. This is a, J. Dyer's pointing out, this is a B clue, so this is gray, and this is green, in order to make that work. This must therefore be part of the question mark D clue, so that's green. These are definitely connecting. I don't know exactly how. If this is a 2-cell thing, it's a 7, 8. Right. So Paul Fly's spotting something cute geometrically. This is 6 cells. Even if it takes that cell, it still takes that cell. So that cell's always green. So this is also 1, 3, 6, or 7. That 4 sees up, making that not a 4, while we're doing things that I noticed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if that was green, both of these would be gray, which is dangerously close to creating a 2x2, but I don't think it quite does. However, there is only one more green cell in this column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's only one more green cell in this column. So even if this green connects left, it also connects right. For whatever that is worth. Let's see, row 6, column 9 is shaded because of the B clue in column 9. Right, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need 5 of these cells to be shaded. In fact, actually, I can't even actually shade down that far. So actually, I think the B clue in this column is forced, right? I think it's that exactly. because of the avoid a 2x2 rule. So I think Paul Fly is right, but I think it's even better than what Paul Fly is saying. I think actually, no, I must be wrong. That can't be right. Oh, it's because B is 3. Right. I need 3 of these cells to be shaded. So therefore that cell is shaded. So therefore that cell is shaded because the remaining clue in this row is a 2-cell sum. So that is green, and the remaining cell in here is a 2-cell sum. So then all of those are gray. And these are, oops. These are, so that's always green because it's a 2-cell 1-3 sum. These are 5-6. Now, no matter how the 5-6 connects up here, this is not 4-6 anymore. This is 3-7. And so this is 4-6 over here. In order to make all of that work. These aren't 5-6 anymore. Hey, Nicholas. I hope you are doing well. That's green because avoid a 2x2. Yeah, there have to be 2 regions up here. Right. If this cell is green, this is Paul Fly's point. If this cell is green, then between these we have all 8 digits. However, these sum to 13, plus 10 is 23, plus 11 is 34, and then we've got 2 more cells that need to sum to 2, and that doesn't work. So this is always gray, which means that's always green. And now that's gray for a very similar reason, because if this is now, if this is green, now I have a cell that has too many cells in it. So now that's green. And now remember, this is not the last clue in this row. So that's gray and that's green. And that's green, because it has to get out. Somehow I screwed this up, didn't I? I definitely screwed this up somehow. What am I doing wrong? Yeah, it's broken, but I don't think I did anything logically wrong. I think I screwed up something earlier. Because I don't think this is possible. Because I think it's just broken here. Because I don't think any of my logic was wrong. Because I definitely believe if this is gray, so that would be 13, 11 is 24, and 10 is 34. Question mark U is 12. Oh, question mark U is 12. Sorry, in my brain I was doing 13. Question mark U is 12. So it can connect down. We just proved in a long-winded way that it does connect down. But we can probably be more concise than that. Let's see. Right. There's no way that this doesn't connect to that, is the point. Geometrically, if this takes that cell, it has to connect to this. And if this takes this cell, it connects to it right away. So this has to connect to this clue. And it's already at, therefore, 6 cells. And so the connection here and the connection here have to be the last cells. Okay, got it. So, so we end up having that forced. With this now being a 12, so it's going to be 4, 8. And then this is a 1, 2, and the other is a 1 or a 2. Got it. Okay, I just used 13 instead of 12 for some reason, which is why everything worked out weirdly. Okay. And this row has a 1, 3, 4 triple, so that's actually the 2. One of these is a 1. Uh, yeah, so one of these is gray. Oh, I see. Okay, people are saying that if I make this green, uh, then this gray is disconnected, is the thing that people are saying now. Hey, Memerister. Uh, I seem to recall you really liked this puzzle. Do I recall correctly? Uh, if this is green now, this gray does not connect to its friends. So that's always gray, which means that's always green, which means that's always green. Uh, Now, if that were green, we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, we'd have 8 cells exactly, which is okay. Uh, oh, these are green by this clue. That's been available for forever. Because there's only one string of shaded cells in this column. So those are always green, for whatever that's worth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that has been available for quite some time. And now that has to be green because of the question mark D clue, and so that's gray. And so that's our region up here. Question mark D is 5, so these are a 7-8 pair. So that is a 5 and an 8. And these are from some remaining string of digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think I immediately know. Oh, I know this one's not a 1, I guess, for lots of reasons. Right. This Z clue now tells me that's green. A few people in chat are pointing out. So that's gray, because this is only a 2-cell foursome. W's definitely not 7 when I see this combination. Uh, uh, okay. So I need a 3-cell shaded thing in this, followed by something else. So the only place that 3-cell shaded thing can go is here. Is the point of Isabella. And so that forces those to be green in order to get my B cell, which is 3-cell shaded string of digits in there. These greens need to get out a lot. So these greens get out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so this is currently at 7 cells. Right. The grays can't connect through here, so the gray has to go down here. Or it won't get out. I agree with Martin there. Oh, there's a double-digit sum in this region at the end, so these are both green, in fact. So the gray has to continue getting out, or it won't connect, because again, there's a digit in here, which is going to interrupt the grays from connecting through that way. The end of this row also has a double-digit sum, so both of those are green. And so that is gray. Now, it would be awfully convenient if this was green, and it has to be, because if this is gray, then these two have to be green, and that puts 9 greens in a column, and I, for once in my life, actually saw that that doesn't work. So this is green, and so, therefore, those are gray. So we have all of that. Column 8 clues. 8, 9, 10, 11. No, that's 8. Uh, column 8 now has, so the point is column 8 only has 2 strings of gray, and so that is green. D is 5, so those are gray. That's gray, that's green, that's a 1, that's a nothing. Agree. Okay, this region I was excited about, at least briefly. Let's see. Is there anything else I can do with this region? Maybe not. Let's see. There's my 2. There's my Z. Z is 4. Okay, so these are a 1-3 sum, actually. So that's huge. So that's the 3, and that's the 1 in my Z sum. So that's a 7, and that's a 3 over there. Right. After the 3, there's only 1 shaded cell, so that's green, chat points out. Let's see. Clever point from Jay Dyer. If this green region never enters column 12, then it can only get to 7 cells, whereas it needs 8. So it does, but there's only 1 string of grays in this column, so no matter what, this is always green, which then by this clue means this is always green. That was a very clever spot from Jay. Okay, so Garion has a smart point as well, which is that this region needs 1 more cell to finish, and it's either that one or that one. And so the point is that if I ask where 8 goes in this region, it's not one of those, and it's not one of those. So the 8 in this region is sort of corner marked in this gigantic pile of cells, but whichever one it's in, it always eliminates 8 from that cell. So that's 4, and that's 8. Oh, right. There's only 1 string of greens in this entire row, and we know where it is. So that's green, and the entire rest of the world is gray, which actually makes these green, which then means this needs to be gray to play footsie or whatever the word is with that. So that's green. So this is 1, 3, 6, or 7 itself. Gooseberry. Gooseberry is the word that we need to play with our things. So this needs to be part of a 2-cell, or part of a double-digit sum. And then over here, I actually need 2 sums. But I guess I could do maybe that sort of shape. That might be okay. Actually, I don't think this can be green. I think if this is green, we have a problem. Because if this is green, the gray has to connect around like that, and that's all sorts of problems. So this is always gray, which means that's always green, so that's always green. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells down here. So one, yeah, this is a green-gray pair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry. So that's all 8 cells, because one of these is green. So that's all 8 green cells in this row, so that's always gray. There's also a U clue here, which would have told me it was gray without having to do that. So that's always green. So let's see. So now we need 2 more cells in here. However we choose to do this. These sum to A, which I don't really know what A is. I guess I know A is not 6. Column 2 only has 3 clues, Nicholas points out, so that's always green in order to make that so. And now, let's see, we get a question mark, an A, an E. So E is not 9, because that's an E, and then a double-digit sum of some description. Ah, right. If this is the right, one of these two is gray, and the other's green. And if I make that the gray one, Josh points out that's isolated the gray. So always that's the gray, and that's the green. Smart observation from Josh. Okay. So let's see. These are a double-digit sum, but that's not too difficult. Some people doing sudoku on this region to say that that's got to be the 4 for the region. Agree. There's a Z clue in row 11. So once that becomes a 4, now my Z clue is not a 1-cell Z clue. So now it's a 2-cell Z clue. And so these are a 1-3 pair. Got it. Okay, good spot to dweb there. And that 3 looks down, so that actually sorts out the 1 and the 3 there, and the 1 and the 3 there. We can do a shading dance. Ba-ba-ba-da, wah, ba-da-ba-da, wah, ba-da-ba-da, 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 penguins like shading puzzles. So, let's see, that 1 and 3 look up at here, saying that's a 2 or a 5. Let's see, question mark Z in row 11. Okay, so these end in 14, which means they have to be 6, 8. And so then we get a Jovi on 6s out of that, as Jay Dyer's point. So those 6s, that's the 2 6s for these 2 columns. So therefore that's a 7 and that's a 6. Agree. Let's see. So we've got all of that. Let's fill in this row. So we need a 2 still. We've got 3, 4. We need a 5 and a 7 are the things that we need. This one's not a 5 for sure. It's not a 2 either, actually. This one just is a 7. It's only 7. So these aren't 7. These aren't 7 either. These aren't 3 by Sudoku, Paul Fly points out, so that is 3. I think this is what Martin meant by box 3, but when I counted to box 3, I was like, yes, there is a 3 in box 3. But Martin meant this by box 3, I now see. I am told y has become 6, but I do not see where it is yet. So here is the point. Here's the y. So this can't be a 2, because if this was a 2, this would sum to 13, and y would be equal to b. So this is not a 2, it's a 5, and that's a 2. And now that that's a 5, now I can do the sum and see that y is in fact 6, as foretold by the dweb. So these are not 6. So we've got our 7, 8, 9 left to contend with. This is a triple of some description. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see. These need to sum to A, which is 7, 8, or 9, for whatever it's worth. 1 in box 3. There we go. There's the 1 in box 3. Now I knew which one was box 3. See, I'm learning. Let's Let's see. This 2-5 pair kind of looks like it wants to be interesting, but I don't think it quite gets there to being interesting yet. So let's see. These each sum to a double-digit number. Right. Okay, so that's very interesting now. Garion points out that if this was 2, now W would be 6, but Y is 6. So this is actually 5, and that's 2, which has now made W 9, which has made A and E a 7-8 pair, which is very nice. Oh, this is an E, which is 7, which is to say it's a 7 or an 8. So that's a 7-8 pair for the column. So this is not 7 or 8. So it's not 1, 2, 3. It could be 4, 5, 6. It's not 7 or 8. Mark D is 15. So these three sum to 15. So what did these three sum to? If that's 15 plus 14 is 29, that means these sum to 7. So these have to be 1, 2, 4, right? Did I do that math right? 15 plus 14 is 29, so these need to sum to 7, so they have to be 1, 2, 4. I think I did that right. So that means these are a triple as well of 3, 5, 7, which does indeed sum to 15, conveniently. So that is an 8. So that is not an 8. This is not a 7, because there's one of those in the column already. This is not a 1, because there's one of those in the column already. And that, you'd think I would have noticed this. That told me what E was, because that was E, so that told me that E is now 8 and A is 7. So we have that whole razzmatazz. So now, can look at that. So now these need to sum to A, which is now 7. So certainly that's a 1, 6 is the only way that works. So that's not a 3, and that's not a 7 either. So 1, 6 is what these are. So that's not a 1. So that is a 1. That's a 3, because there's a 1, 6 pair. That's a 7. 3 looks up and makes that a 1, which looks down and makes that a 6 and a 1. Means those are a 3, 4 pair now. Now, this is an A sum, which has to be 2, 5, because it's not 1, 6 or 3, 4. And we know the order even. That's the 2. That's the 5, which fixes that. That's the 6, and that's the 5 over there. So now these digits are 4, 6, 7, 8. Unfortunately, every way I can put these together will give me a double-digit sum, so that's not so interesting. These aren't 6 at least. These aren't 8 at least. We have that. That 2 looks left, I am being told, so that's a 4, and that's a 2. So that's not a 2. That's not a 2 either, so that is a 2. These are a 3, 7 pair with a 7 looking down at them, so that's a 3 and that's a 7. That 3 looks down further, so that's a 5. This isn't a 5 or a 7, so it's a 3, and that's a 7. So we've got all of that. These are, let's just go ahead and fill them in, 4, 5, 6, 7. That one's not a 5 or a 6. That one's not a 5 either. This one is a 5 because there's a 4, 6, 7 triple in the column, so this one's not a 5 either. So those are a 4, 6 pair. Josh points out there's a 2 looking into the Z. So that's a 2. I agree. Let's see. There's probably a clue I haven't used, isn't there? Wait, what? Oh, sorry, that's not the only place for a 2. Sorry, I ruled out the 2 and then I just placed a 2 at random. Sadly, I don't get to do that. Uh, this one's not a 6. Oh, or a 2, actually. That one's an 8. So that's 6, and that's a 2. So that places the 8 in this region. Those become a 4-7 pair, which places the 6, which does the 4 and the 6, which does the 4 and the 7 and the 6. That 4 looks down and does the 7 and the 4. I was like, we have a uniqueness problem if I can't resolve that right now. That 3 looks up, giving me a 4 and a 3. It looks down, giving me a 6 and a 4. It gives me an 8 and a 6. That was a gorgeous puzzle. I really enjoyed that one. As is quite common for Hawila puzzles. That was amazing. I can't imagine that was... Well, let me phrase it with fewer knots. I imagine this was an absolute nightmare to set, because having to do JSUMs with the requirement that everything had to be part of a region and those regions couldn't touch sounds like a complete nightmare. But what a nice puzzle. That was very fun. Plus, there's a no 2x2 rule, and so you know when there's a no 2x2 rule that Zeta is going to be excited by it. Very neat puzzle. Yeah, JSUMs make an interesting sort of glue for a sort of number geometry combo. It's a thing I think about a lot, is sort of like, what are the like number geometry combos that we use in puzzles? And there's really 3 that we regularly use, I think. Sudoku is a number geometry glue. Japanese sums is a number geometry glue, and Philomeno is a Philomeno is a number geometry glue, are sort of the 3 that we use most often. I'm very interested in sort of other alternatives to those, but those are the ones, at least, that I see most often in the universe. All right. Well, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back with another puzzle. So I will see you all in just a moment. So see you shortly. Welcome back. We return with Nebuzaradan puzzle. This is a German Whispers difference line sudoku. We have the standard German Whispers rules, which are that along a German Whispers line, digits must differ by at least 5. So, for example, if this is a 2, this could be a 7, 8, or 9. And then we have difference lines, which is that adjacent digits along gray lines differ by the same amount throughout the puzzle. So the first thing I see is that we've got a lot of 4, 5, 6s in the grid, because all of these little gem-shaped things, like rupees from Legend of Zelda, none of them can have a 4, 5, or 6 on it, and let me show you why. If I try and put a 4 on here, I need to differ by 4 from 4 by at least 5. Well, my only options that I am allowed to use would therefore be 9 and 9, but Sven doesn't like that, and we like to keep Sven happy. So actually, in every single box, we have these. I am anti-knight. We can actually sort of mark in these 4, 5, 6s. So these are not 5s, these aren't 4s, these aren't 4s, these aren't 4s, these aren't 5s. So we can fill that in. I can try to find a bet tree. Let's try and put that being the bet tree. We shall see how it goes. We may or may not have regrets about that being the bet tree. So we have all of those. So now let's see. Do we have any places where we can like place a 5 or a 4 or anything like that that would be useful? Maybe not. Let's see. So one thing that we can always do with these puzzles is sort of speculate on where the highs and the lows go. Because whenever you differ by 5 or more, you switch between less than 5 and more than 5, we can do this sort of thing to say, so we know that whatever high-lowity this is, whether this is more than 5 or less than 5, that's the same and that's the same throughout. Now, the question is, can I do something useful with that through the grid? By the way, Nebu, the setter, is here. If you have a recommended bet tree other than the one I have selected, I would happily move the bet tree. See, Garion believes that this cell and this cell have to be different high-lowities because of the line. Right, that's certainly true. Okay, that's a good spot. So if these two were the same high-lowity, they would either both be more or both be less than this digit, but remember the difference is the same, and this is a 4, 5, or 6, so they'd have to either both be high or both be low, but they'd be the same digit. So that doesn't work. One of these is more than the 4, 5, 6, and one of them is less than the 4, 5, 6. So let us use that trick from Garion to color the grid. So we have our purples there, we have our purples there, and our yellows here. And we can do exactly the same trick now, sort of percolating into here. So that's a purple. These are purple. These are yellow. That's a very cool deduction. That's purple, so now that's yellow. So those are yellow, and these are... Oh, wait, sorry. I think I cheated there. Sorry, I don't know that. Because these could be the same digit. It would not break the world if those two were the same digit. The other ones I used were valid, but yeah, I can't sort of sneak up to there with the same thing, because these could well be the same digit. So, and these aren't both 5, is an interesting fact. And it's possible neither of them is 5 even. But it's interesting to think about sort of like what combo these two are, based on what digit this is. So if this is a 6, what's the difference? If this is a 6, the difference would need to be at least 3, and it couldn't be more than 3. So if this is a 6, the difference would need to be exactly 3. If this is a 5, I think the difference can be 2, 3, or 4. So in one instance, so if this is a 4 or a 6, the difference is exactly 3. Otherwise, if it's a 5, then that's not necessarily the case. I think is how that works. Now, unfortunately, this is the one I know it's a 4 or a 6, but then I don't know that these two are different. These two could be the same digit, in which case then I don't know that it has to be 3. Yes, so one pair of these, the difference is exactly 3. So yeah, one of these at least is a 4-6, which leads us to either have 3-6-9 or 1-4-7. Oh, right, it's the same difference throughout the entire puzzle. It's not just, sorry, I used that before and then I forgot. It's not just that this line has the same difference and this line has the same difference. They have the same difference as each other as well. So the difference is just universally 3. Okay, good spot. Yes, that is how the rules work. So that's true. So the difference really is identically 3. So okay, so I'm just trying to figure out, thinking about if this is 4-6, it's not the same 4-6 as that 4-6. Because, oh, in fact, where does that 4-6 go in this box is the question. So this 4-6, where does it go in box 5? And so the point is, it can't go there, because if it did, these two purples would be the same digit. And it can't go here, because if it... Oh, I don't even think I have to argue for you. It can't go there based on this purple line. I think I can give you a better reason why it can't go there. So it actually has to go there exactly, in order for that to work. And so therefore it goes over here. And as being pointed out, that now means that it is a 6. And so we get to bring out Zach for the 6y dance. Ba-boo-doo-doo! Woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So therefore, that's a 4, for whatever that is worth. That's a 5. So we can do lots of sort of cleaning up of pencil marks, thanks to Sven-like instances. 4, 6, 4. And now the things connected to the 6 have to be 3 or 9. So these are 3 or 9. Keep in mind they don't have to be the same 3, 9. Necessarily. They don't have to be the same and they don't have to be different. They could be the same or different. Box 8 now has a 5-6 pair, is being pointed out, so that's a 4, which makes that a 5. Uh, so this can't be a 6, because if this were a 6, that would be the same digit as that. Because it would be the purple one that would differ by 3. So that has to be a 4, is a point beautifully spotted by Josh. So that's 5, 6, 6, 4, 4, 5, 6, 5. Hey, Logan, how are you? I haven't seen you around in a bit. 5, 6, 4, 5. I hope you've been doing well. 4, 6, 4. So these are 1, 7 for sure. These are 1, 7 for sure. So now that has to be the yellow 1, 7 because it's not the purple 1, 7. So that gives me more percolation. I've been doing pretty well. It's a weird month. I'm living at an Airbnb at the moment, which is not my favorite of things. But it's towards a good end, so we will accept that. So these are a 2-8 pair. In order to make that work. So okay. This is now yellow 3-9 just by sudoku. So we have that. Which is nice. That is yellow 2-8 just by sudoku. So that's yellow 3-9 by sudoku. And now this is purple 1-7 by sudoku. So this is purple 3-9. So this is purple 2-8. So this is purple 3-9. This is yellow 1-7. So this is yellow 3-9. So that's yellow 3-9. Let's see. That's yellow 1-7. That's yellow 2-8. That's yellow 2-8. So that's purple 2-8, actually. So we've got all of that. Right. Okay. So yeah. So the point from chat is if yellow is low, purple is high, and this is a 3-7, and 3 and 7 aren't 4 apart. So therefore yellow is high. So we can go ahead and replace yellow with orange and replace purple with blue. Very handy. So this is the so which of these is the blue 3-9 is the question. See, I was going to fill in the digits, but then DWeb suggested that I wasn't going to. So I thought I would just color the highs and lows and not fill in the digits, and that would be the best subversion of expectation. But fine, we can fill in that these are 3s, and these are 2s, and these are 1s. And so these are 7s. And these are 8s. And these are 9s. In order to make that work. 9. So 7 goes with 1 and 2. So this 7 is the key now. That has to be the 2 and the 1 and the 3 going on over there. So I know one of these two is the 9. Maybe I should ask about the 3. I know one of these two is the 3. Do I know which one? Oh, well, I know that these are the 3 and the 7, because if I look at where 3s and 7s are, these are a 3-7 pair. And so if these are a 3-7 pair, then 3 and 7 go next to 1, 2, and 8, 9, respectively. So we can sort of update appropriately like that. Let's see. Nicholas would like us to pencil mark this box. It might be helpful. That's right. 3 on the loop always goes next to a 9. And so this cell is neither 3 nor 9. And so Garian's point is this cell's always a 3 or a 9 in order to make that appeased, because this cell can be neither a 3 nor a 9. So therefore that's an 8, and we can color the loop with orange and blue. So that is 7, 9, 3, 2, 1. So Nicholas's point is that this is a 7 because there's no other place for 7 in the row. So these are blue. And so the 7 always, I was going to say the 7 always goes next to a 3, but that's not true. But it always goes next to a 1 and a 2, so that's a 3. So that's the 9, and that's the 8. And so all of that colors this box. So these are orange. So that is a 9 and an 8 and a 7 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3. And this cell now sees every low digit. It sees 1, 2, and 3. So it's now high, which colors the rest of this, which colors the rest of these, which means that that's a 1, that's a 2, and that's 3. 3 goes next to 9, so that's a 9. And so that's a 7, and that's an 8. So let us mark this box very carefully. And so we get from marking that these digits are high, these digits are low. So that is a 9, an 8, a 7, a 1, and a 2. And our bet tree will, after careful contemplation, be blue and be a 3. So congratulations to all the 3 bettors out there. I know there are many of you. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Congratulations, Paul Fly. I hope you made a good betting tree wish. Hey, Dorlier, how are you doing? That was a cute puzzle, Nebu. I enjoyed that. Let me see what else we can find puzzle-wise. Let's see. I see Panthera is hanging out in chat, so let's do a Panthera puzzle. So here is a Panthera puzzle called 3 Bags Full. We do a lot of JSUMs puzzles on this channel that don't seem to make very healthy camels, but this is a Panthera puzzle, and Panthera is an expert at making healthy-looking camels. So let us do that. So the clues are cut off. Oh no. Let's see. Is this the thing? Nope. Is this the thing? There we go. Okay. There's so many layers, I never know when I'm moving the right layer and when I'm moving the dancing penguins. Okay, so here we go. So we are instructed not to try to find the missing camel. They're still cut off on the left a bit. Oh, they are. That's right. There we go. How about that? Okay, so we have normal two-color Japanese sums rules. Oh, there is a clue. Oh, that's right. It's still not there because there's actually a clue all the way over there. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it was hiding so well I didn't even see it when I was adjusting the grid. Now we can see everything.
You could make yourself bigger.
Tristan would like me to make my camera bigger. There we go. Woohoo! So we have to color in this grid cells in really three colors, because when it says two-color Japanese sums rules, it really means three-color Japanese sums rules. And the colors are black and gray. How do the blue and red work if it's black and gray? Okay, so there we go. Okay, so let's read it. So we need to color things black, gray, or nothing. And the clues outside the grid indicate the sum of contiguous runs found in the row or column that must be shaded black for black clues or gray for blue clues. Wait. Sorry. Black for... Wait. No. I'm guessing it means blue for blue clues. I think this is just a typo. I don't think the colors used in this puzzle are black and gray. I think they're blue and red or something. Yeah, blue corresponds to gray or something. We'll figure it out. If a clue is red, both colors must be present in the row and column. There must be an unshaded cell between runs of the same color. Sorry, I have to read that again. If a clue is red, then both colors must be present in the row or column. There must be an unshaded cell between runs of the same color. Okay, so that's the standard rules, though there's no need between runs of differing colors. Okay, so blue means gray and red means both. If a row is or column is unclued, which does not apply to anything, then there is no shading in a row or column. Okay, so the first thing is that this column has a 44, and blue means gray, so all of these are gray. And one of these is a 1. So we have that. Right, and I don't have any grays in row 9 at all, because in row 9, the only shaded clues are black. So this is not gray. So this is this is unshaded. We're going to make that green. And so this is gray, and the unshaded one is a 1, and we have our first digit, so we can do our digit dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, ba-doop-ba-doo, waha! Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Always appreciated. Uh, so so this is part of a 38 clue. So a 38 clue has outies of 7. So there's no more than 3 outies on either side. So these are always gray because of that. In order to make that work. Now, this is a 4 and 40 clue, which actually is completely forced because the 4 must be a 2-cell. Sorry, it's not completely forced. Sorry. There's no 1 in this row that is in a shaded cell. But we do know we've got a 40 and then a 4. And the 40 right, so there's a 4. It's an actual 4. Right. So yeah, so this is a black 4, and then a green, and then a gray 40, right? With that being a 1. I think that's how that works. I think I finally figured that out. There's only a total of 10 in this column. Why not necessarily? Oh, the unshaded could be outside. Right. Sorry, you're right. Right. I don't need... If they're of the same color, they can touch. And so the 1 could be anywhere. The 1 could even be over here. But I do know that this gray is 7 long, and so it needs to go at least to there. It has at most 2 cells on either side, and it can't have 2 on that side. So I can have the 1 over there, but I do need room for a 4 up here that's not gray. And this digit's always a 1 or a 4, I believe. And this digit's a 1 or gray. Now, the 16 is at most 5 long in this row, and the 16 is gray, so these are green. These are nothing. In order to make that work. Yeah, in this row, my outies sum to 4 as well. So I have at most 2 outies. But the 34 is definitely gray, and the minimum length of a 34 clue is 5, so these are always gray. That's true anywhere where black and blue clues cross can be unshaded. So this cell is unshaded for sure, because in the row it would have to be black, and in the column it would have to be gray. And these two also get unshaded because of the column, because they are black in the column and gray in the row. Okay, this is a 38. Yeah. Okay, we already sort of thought about the 38. Right. This is not a 10 sum, points out Paul Fly, because in the column, the only shaded thing in the column is a black 10 sum, so this is not part of that. In order to make that work. 27 is a minimum of 4 cells, so this cell's always gray in order to get my 27 clue to work. And now there's only one group of gray cells in this row, so these are all gray. Because I need to have a separate set that's not gray. I know one of these two is a 2 because the 2 in this column is after the gray, which is the giant one. And there's an 8 before it. Oh yeah, everything in this column is part of a clue except the 1. So actually that has to be the 2. The 2 has to go here because of this column. Because the outies of this column are 1, but there's already a 1 in this row. So in fact, this digit's a 2. And it is... Oh, it has to be... No, I don't think I know what color it is. I just know that it's a 2. Because there could be a 1 here, and then this could be gray, is possible. Oh, I do know what color it is because of the row. If I look at the row, I know it's black. Because there's a black 2 in the row. So that will actually tell me that this is a 2. It still doesn't tell me if this is green or not. And there's no clues to the right of the 2. Very good. So these are green. One of these now is an actual 5. That one being an actual 5 would work very nicely with that. The clues do have to be in the order that they are listed in. To answer the question from... Oh, after this, there has to be a 5 clue after this. So... Yeah, so there's either a 5 here, or this is a 2-cell black 5 clue. Right. The black clues in this column are not allowed to go up, is Nicholas's point, because there's no black cells in this row. So my 5 is definitely in one of these 2 cells, and Nicholas's point is it's not there, because the bottom clue of this column is a 12. So actually we know the 5 is here, and is black, and this is green. And so these are gray or green. Okay, 17 is the clue. I can't do 17 in more than 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's green. Well, I'm glad you can check today, Panthera. Okay, we're slowly making progress. I know there's a black 2 at the top of this column somewhere. Let's see. Good spots from Nicholas. The 28 clue at the bottom here. Now, because of that being green, the 28 clue now can't be in 3 cells, so that cell's always gray. Regardless of how we do this. It's one of my outies. If those were all green, they would be a 1, 2, 4 triple, which I'm only saying out loud because I want to remember that I'm looking at the irregular part of the sudoku part. Yes. If this is gray, Emily's point is, then this clue is too big. So in other words, this gray clue is at most 6 long. 6 would get me to there. So this is always green. And now the only clue in this row is a 16, so that's also green. For similar reasons. Right. The 2 in this column is black because the 24 is gray, is D Webb's point. And so, but the only cells in this row are gray. So therefore, this cell is always green. Very good. Okay. So the only cells in this, so this is Kurobon's point. The only cells in this column that are shaded are gray, whereas in the row, the gray clue is part of a 10 sum. Gray can't reach over here, so this is always green, which means that's also always green, and also means this is also gray because my 27 sum needs to be at least 4 long. Very slick. Let's see. Do I know the 16 isn't 7, 9? Or did we forget that 9s exist in this puzzle? I may have been lulled into a false sense of security that there were no 9s by the previous puzzle. Uh, uh, corner mark the 4 in row 6. Right, I do know that one of these is a 4. Seems worth mentioning. They're part of a 28. I don't understand this point about row 2, column 1. Multiple people in chat are saying it, so I'm sure it's right, but I don't understand it. If this is... But I don't know this is black, do I? I don't think I know that this is black. Yeah, I agree. This 6th is either a 1-5 or a single 6. I agree with that. Either row 2, column 5, or row 3, column 5 have to be the black 2. Oh, I'm not in column 5. Let's try that again. One of these has to be the black 2. Agree. So row 3, column 6 can't be black. don't understand what is being claimed here yet. Let's see. Wait, is the claim that these digits can't be 2? Because there's a 2 in the column. Uh, uh, row 8, column 6 has to be gray. It's a green 1. Then row 1, column 6 would be black because of the column clues. Ah, yes, 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 yes. Because if this is the green 1, then the only way I separate these is by making the top clue black, but nothing in this row is black. So this is never the green 1. And if it's not the green 1, then it has to be gray. And so the green 1 is up here. Agree with Gary in there. So if this is a 4, I'm trying to get back to Karen's point. If this is a 4, I agree, then this has to be green. If this is a green 1, then I need to argue that I can't make my black sum to 10 start here. It's an Audi for the column. Row 2, column 8, 9 is black 1, 3. Hmm? Oh, black 13. Black 13. Sorry. Black 13. Okay, that now my brain is back on the same page. Uh, it's funny. Usually I misinterpret that the other way. Usually someone means 1 or 3 and I read it as 13 and get confused. Do I know that this is not part of the 13? Uh uh no, you're good, Karen. So these sum to 32. So the Audis are 13 in the row. So the green cells in the row sum to 13. So certainly if this is black, my blacks expand in both directions. No, does it have to do with this 6 clue here? Is that what I'm not seeing? Because this 6 clue here tells me something. So if this were in the world where this is black, we're just sort of trying to understand why this doesn't work. In the world where this is black, this cell has to be green because in that world this is a 1. Uh, So if this is black, both of these become black, at least. I've got a green, and then I've got some space for a 9. But I could still go black clue, gray clue, I think. I think I still don't quite understand exactly what's happening in this case. Uh, I do know that there's a 2 at the top of this column in one of these 2 cells, which does rule 2 out of a bunch of places. So, for example, that cell's never a 2, but I guess I already knew that. Oh, I see. This is the joke that Paul Fly told earlier. I see. I've spent so much time trying to understand why this can't be black, and I just don't understand it, Karen. Uh, I I believe it, but it involves thinking about so many clues at the same time. I don't understand. Uh, I don't understand what I can't put all the pieces together. I think I did not get enough sleep last night. But if this is black, I do only need one clue, because if this is black, this can just be the green one. So in the world where this is black, this just becomes a green one. And then that I don't need a second clue here, do I? Uh oh, okay. I Garion has given me a proof of this. So if this is black, it immediately makes both of these black. It makes this a green 1, as we've said before, which then makes this a 4. But what kind of 4 is it? It's a black 4. And so now these 2 black clues uh, certainly aren't part of the same clue. So but that means every clue in this column is black, which breaks. So it is true that can't be black, although I think it's more complicated than at first theorized. But I agree now this can't be black, which now means that this is green because the first clue in this row is a 10 and I can't fit it in one cell. And the outies in this row again sum to only 13, so I only get one more outie in this entire row. No matter how hard I try. Or none, right? I get at most one is the way I should say it. Uh, okay. Okay, so I think next, Paul Fly is saying this being black doesn't work, because if this is black, it's not a 9 because of the column. So therefore, this is also black. So therefore, this is also black. Uh, but now, again, that only works. Actually, couldn't this be a black 4 now? I feel like in this world, this could be a black 4. This is puzzle number 3, Selena. So you missed 2. Uh, I think this is okay unless you're willing to think really far ahead. Uh, uh, so Can this really be gray? If this is gray, I would need these these 6 cells to sum to 23. Is there any way I can sum 6 cells summing to 23 without a 5? Would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, which annoyingly works. I think that's okay. Okay, so now Karen really wants these to be a black sum to 13, which would make a lot of sense. If they're not a black sum to 13, this has to be a gray sum to 13. Which would then make this cell a black 9, which does not work. Yes, that does not work. Right, okay. So if I don't make these a black sum to 13, then this has to be a gray sum to 13. Possibly those two. But then where's the 9 going? The 9's then going here. But I can't put a black 9 here. If I put a black 9 here, the column is crazy. Because then I'd have to put a gray 8 above it, but now the black 9 is part of this. That doesn't work. So these are indeed, I agree, these are a black sum to 13. To make that work. Now that certainly can't be black. It could be... this can't be a 2. That's the point. This can't be a 2, because it's part of a 13 sum. So that's a 2, but it's a gray 2. Okay. And if that's a gray 2, then this is a black sum to 7 of some length. Okay. I think this can be a 9. This is part of a sum to 6. So this is only a 1 or a 6. Because this 6 sum can't be a 2, 4 because of the region. Right. And now this certainly can't be a 1. This has to be a 6, is the point. Because this is part of a 6 sum. Oh, is it possible? Never mind. Sorry, that's not true. This could be a single 6. This could be a gray 6. If this is a gray 6, I think it's okay. Is it always true that one of these black cells comes down to here? If neither black comes down, what happens? That has to be a 7 and a 6, and that's fine. Never mind, that's okay. Right. The 10 needs to squeeze into these 3 cells, so the 10 always takes this cell. Is Paul Fly's point. So this cell's not green. Right. And if it's gray, I have a problem, which is that I don't have two shades. So I think this has to be black, and therefore has to be a 2 in order to make that work. I agree, I believe, with that assessment. I'm going to have to do sudoku on 2s at some point, aren't I? This isn't allowed to be black because there's only 3 colors or only 3 things in here, so therefore that must be black and must finish the 10 sum. So that's an 8 and that's a 9, and therefore these are 6, 7. in order to make that work. Okay, that 8 is the first clue, because it's not the second clue. So we've got that going on. The 10 was the first clue in the row, so that's green. The the outies in this column were, what are the outies in this column? The 2 plus 8 is 10. So yeah, the outies in this column are 1. So that's the 1. And therefore that's gray. And so we get that string of stuff. I'm not doing 16 in 2 cells, so this must be gray. Which makes this a 6. Because the first clue is a 6, so that's a 7, and that's a 6. Now, this is part of a sum to 16, so that needs at least 1 more, and at most 4 more. 2, 3, 4, 5, so these are green. Now, I don't think I can do 16 and 5 with a 7. I can't do 16 and 5 with a 7. So that's actually now green. And if that's green, that's the 1 for the row. Which makes this the black 4 and this gray. So that is 4. Now we know that the 10 clue extends up. At least that far, which makes this part of a 6 clue. So it's either 6, a 1, or a 5. If it's 5, that doesn't work, because if that's 5, then I make both of these digits 1, and they're in the same region. If it's 1, then I need 2 5 sums, but I could do a 2 3 up and a 5 that way, which seems okay to me. Let's see. This is part of a 7 sum, so therefore that must be black, and that's a 1. I'm sure chat has had that for a while. 28. So what are the outies of this row? The outies of this row sum to 7? Or 8. Sorry, I can't figure this out. 28 plus 2 is 30, 37. 45 minus 37 is 8. Okay, so the outies in this column sum to 8, so there's at most 2 of them. Okay. That's clever. 2, 6, 7 hidden triple in this column, points out Meti, because 2, 6, 7 are already in this region, so these are a 2, 6, 7 triple. If this is a green, it has to be a 4. Oh, there's some stuff happening in row 3 that makes this stuff green, at the very least. This green as well, because I can't have a 4-cell 9 sum. If it's a 3-cell 9 sum, it would have to be 2, 3, 4. That would have to... Oh, no, there's no place in this for a 2. So it can't even be a 3-cell 9 sum. So that's green as well. So this is a 2-cell sum to 9 that does not feature a 2. Or a 1. So this is 3, 6. Or 4, 5. So if it's 3, 6, it's in that order. Oh, this can't be a 6? Can this really not be a 6? Oh, this really can't be a 6. So actually it's not 3, 6. Thank you, Sven. There's a 6 hidden in black here. So this can't be 3, 6. Can only be 4, 5. In order to make that all work. Yes, nicely spotted, Sven. Well done to Sven there. Let's see. Speaking of, let's fill in the digits here, but let's fill them in correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is not 5 or 7. That's not 5. So one of these two is 7, for whatever that is worth. Not a whole lot, I suppose. Oh, I think I can solve this algebra thing, which is that 1 plus what equals 10. That's a 9. Tristan, can you bring me the pillow thing that I usually have behind my back, but that I did not grab? It's just right there. Yes, that one. No, the one behind my back. One behind my back. It's right there. Thank you. 7 plus 9 is 16, I have observed. 7 plus 9 being 16 is very relevant. As I figure this out. So that makes both of these green. In order to make that work. The outies in this row only sum to 4. So this is a 3 or a 4 only. I'm being told there might be an 8 in row 1 somewhere. We'll find it someday. Also, someone said something about 6 in the central region being placeable. Row 6, column 7 by Sudoku. Ah, right. In this sort of weird region, that's the only place for 6. So these are not 6. They are a 2-7 pair. Let's see. And in this row, the outies will remember sum to 2. Oh, this row only has 2 worth of outies. So therefore that's a 2, and that's gray. Uh-oh, we broke it. Ah, because it's not gray. If this were gray, this column would be unfinishable. So it must be black. We did not break it. So therefore, this must be gray, because I need a gray sum to 12. These two are a sum to 6. They must be 1 and 5. And somehow I knew that... Oh, right. If that were the 5, it would put 2 things there. Did I do this wrong, or did I fix it? I think people are telling me to stop because of the thing I realized I screwed up. So I think this is still right now. Or is chat still unhappy with something I did? Oh, right. This could still be a... That's right. This could still be gray with that being a black 7. I just don't know. I know that this is black or gray, is the point. I just don't know which it is. But I could still do 7 in 1, and I don't need a thing between it, is the point. And it would actually work really nicely with the row if I did. I'm also noticing that we have this sort of joke about, like, 7 can't be 3, 4, and it can't be 1, 6 for this thing. 34 is a minimum of 5, so that's always gray. My outies in this column sum to 17. So who knows? Now this can't be a 1 for the same reason it couldn't be a 5. Because now, this is Kurabon's point. So before this couldn't be a 5 because it would put 2 1s here. But now if this is a 1 now, I have to put a 5 there and a 5 there because of various other encroachment issues. So this now has to be a 6, which means this has to be gray, which means this has to be a black 7 in order to make that work. And if that's a black 7, that's green. My outies in this row, therefore, are 1 and 3, with that and that being gray, in order to make that all work. Good. One in box 1 is quite restricted, by which I mean it goes there. Let's see. This can't be 5, 7, 4, 8, or 6, 6, but it could still be 3, 9, maybe. As it currently sits. Let's see. These cells are known to be one. Let's see. Will Mark finally work? 3, 4, 5, 8. Yes, I think Mark worked that time. Three in column 8 goes here, Medhi points out, because of the math in that region. That's very good. So these are a triple of 4, 5, 8. So these are a pair of not 4, 5, 8 or 7. These are a 6, 9 pair. It's being suggested I could solve this equation because these 3 digits need to sum to 16, so that needs to be an 8 to make that happen. So those aren't 8 anymore. Those are now a 4, 5 pair, making that a 3. Row 7, column 8 is gray. Let's see. The outies in this column sum to 7, right? And so I don't have a 3-cell 7 sum with a 3 in it, Karen is pointing out, so that's always gray, and that's always green, and is a 4, which makes that not a 4. Okay, my 17 sum is not 2 cells long anymore, so that's always going to be gray. Regardless, because this couldn't be 8 or 9. Row 2 only has a few digits left in it, which are 3 and 5 over there, apparently, making that a 4. Very good. Nico spotted that without Svenning, which is impressive. So that being a 4 has made that a 5, and that a 4, and that a 5. This not 4 or 5, that not 4. These are a markable. They aren't 3 or 7. So these are a 4, 5, 9 triple, which makes that a 3 and that a 5. Makes that not a 5. Makes these a quad. So let's fill in what quad they are, because it's going to give us some more information. So, what did I do wrong? Kurban thinks I did something wrong. Oh, I did not do the outies correctly over here. Oh, that's horrible. That's very unfortunate. The outies over here are actually 8. Yeah, the outies are actually 8. So that's a problem. So I don't actually know that this is gray. Oh, I do actually. So that's still gray, but this is a 5 now, is the point. Because it can't be a 3-cell 8 sum because there's a 1 in the column. But I did everything to make the outies add to 7 when the outies are actually supposed to add to 8, which is not correct. It is still true that this gray needs to grow. These still can't be an 8-9 pair, so that gray grows. Let's see. Is this row still interesting? It was interesting before. Oops, sorry, Mark. Yeah, those are still a 3-5 pair, so that's still a 4. Still makes that a 5 and a 4 and a 5. That part's all right. 4, 5, 4. Which now makes these a triple. That don't include 3 or 7. which now makes these a quad, which don't include 4, 5, or 9. Oh, actually, sorry, that's a 3 and that's a 5. I should do that one first. So now where's the 3 in this row? The 3 in this row goes there, is the smarter way to do the complicated thing that I did here. So we've got all of that sort of filled in. Now, I was told the outies in somewhere are done. The outies for row 7 are 7. Okay, so if the outies here are 7, then that's gray, and that's a 2. And so that's a 7 and a 2. These are a quad of some sort. These are a triple, actually, even, of 2, 8, and 9. But I certainly can't put 8 and 9 here, because the sum is supposed to be 12 for these 3 digits. So that's not the 2, so therefore that is the 2. 2 plus 8 would require another 2, so that's not going to work. So 2 plus 9 requires a 1, making that a 4. That's not an 8. That's not a 9. Let's see. Let's just mark up this region. There can't be that much going on with it. And the rest of that column we can also mark up. So we've got all of that. Let's see. So we've got that sum. This needed to be 27. Let's see. These need to sum to 24, which means the outies here, 45 minus 26, the outies need to be 19 for whatever that is worth. Let's go ahead and mark up all of those. These are a 6-8 pair. So those are a 6-8 pair, which gives me a Jovi wing with the 8s over here and tells me that that's not an 8. And so, in fact, where is the 8 in this region? The 8 in this region now actually can't go in either of these cells because of the Jovi wing, can't go in any of those cells, so it can only actually go there. So that's an 8 and a 6. That's a 4 and an 8. That is not a 4. That's not a 4, 6, or 8. That's not a 6. So this region needs some marking. Let's go ahead and mark that cell just so it doesn't feel left out. Those are a 7-9 pair, so therefore that's a 6. Therefore, that's not a 7. That's not a 7 or a 9. That's not a 6 or a 9. That's not a 6. These are a 3, 4, 5 triple, so therefore that's a 9 and that's a 5. Let's see. This isn't a 3 or a 4 because of the 3, 4, 5 triple either, so therefore that's a 7, which makes that a 9 and a 7 and a 9, and a 6 and a 9, and a 4 and a 6, and a 9, and a 2, and a 2, and an 8, and a 7, and a 3, and a 7, and a 7, and a 6, and a 1, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5, and a 4, and a 3, and an 8, and a 9, and a 1, and an 8, and a 5, and an 8, and a 7, and a 4. And so, that's right, I forgot to put a bet tree, so we'll place a bet tree here. Get in your bets quick. So these need to be, those don't sum to 23 yet, so that needs to be gray. And these don't sum to 17 yet, and that can't be a 10, so that also needs to be gray. And so now I need to figure out that this needs to be a 3 by whichever method you would like. And so congratulations to all the 3 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. So the 3 bettors are really cleaning up today, as it would happen. Somehow it has not been the 13 bettors day again since that one day where there were like 3 13s in a row, which was quite impressive. Very nice. a very, very fluffy camel today. Uh, I did not know that people harvested camels for wool, but apparently that is what we have learned from today. So thank you, Panthera. Lovely little puzzle. Uh, there were lots of nice things to discover. And the irregular was fun. There were lots of neat little irregular things without having to do any like really fancy law of leftovers stuff or anything like that. Uh, Alrighty. Uh, if you don't know that the story of the camel thing, by the way, is that a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, Panthera made a puzzle where, based on what the picture was, it changed the rules. So you had to figure out what the picture was, and so everyone was shouting about whether it was a camel or an elephant, or I forget what the other one was. The whole time Ranks was solving it, and it sort of became the most classic sort of Panthera meme. That is where that came from long ago. Because that is so long ago. It was from significantly before I was streaming. Uh, Although, funnily enough, we are closing in on 200 Sudoku streams. So I should say, by the way, I said earlier there weren't any announcements. I will accept submissions for our 200th stream celebration, but you've got a couple months before we hit 200 streams. Alrighty. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll pull up another puzzle. So I will see you all shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. We have next up a puzzle by Wolff, which is inspired by an Andrew Sarkis puzzle that was my puzzle of the year 2 years ago, I want to say. And then I became aware that this puzzle existed, and then I completely forgot. So let us have a look at the rules. So we have normal Sudoku rules. So digits along the whisper line have to have a difference of at least 5. Arrows, they have to sum to the digit in the circle. Thermometers, digits have to go up as you go along the thermometer. These digits have to be consecutive along the dot. These have to be double or whatever. Row 5, column 9 for the Betri. Is that like in the rules or something?
It's a note on the.
Oh, it's a note on the puzzle. Okay, got it. These have to form strings of consecutive integers. But they can be in any order. So we could do like 5, 6, 7, 8, but in any permutation you like. And so here is the thing for the whole puzzle. 2s are wild. So for purposes of any clue, their value can be any number you'd like. However, we have asterisk. Please stick to the digits between 1 and 9, and don't use any number more than once. So, oh crap. The grid got cut off again. There we go. There we go. Oh, I should probably shrink myself again so you can see all the rules. There we go. Better, hopefully. I was going to say, what about digits that are on 2 clues? But there aren't any digits that are on 2 clues. So I just have to decide for each 2 what value it will actually have. And we're not allowed to use any value more than once for the 2s. So we have this like 1-cell killer cage, and so certainly it only contains 1 or 2 as its digit, because it's either a 1 or it's a 2 masquerading as a 1. Oh, we can put row and column labels back, although then I'll probably have to move it again. Actually, no, it actually came in a way where I don't think I have to move it again. I just have to remember that the scene is the blue one, not the red one. Which is a very weird OBS thing. Who knows what's going on with that? Okay. Now, so the 2s are in fact a disjoint set. Now, I actually can tell you that this number has to be a 1, because there needs to be a 2 and a 4 on a string of black dots like this. And now the 2 on the string of black crockies is either an actual 2 or a wild 2, but regardless of which it is a 2, and so this has to be an actual 1. And so we can actually come down here and make this 1 our first digit, and come out and have Zach do the 1 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! 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 Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So I think these now have to be 2, 4, 8, but I'm trying to... Oh, no. I could do like a 3 with a 6 and a 2. Right, yeah, I could do a 3 with a 6 and a 2. I do still need 2s. I do still need a 2 up here. I can't do it without a 2. But I could do, for example, 6, 3, 2 is something that I could do. So I don't know that these involve a 4. That is true. Dangerously. Now, if I color my high-lowity along here, I'll notice that these are all the same high-lowity, which tells me one of them is definitely a 2, and it's not that one. So one of these 4 is a 2. These are not 2. Or sorry, one of these could also be a 2, but one of these is definitely a 2. We might get a swordfish or something on 2s if we try carefully. That's a great spot, Karen. The 45 cage does mean that the actual 2 is there. the actual 2 is in this cage. That's certainly true. That's very cute, right? Because if the 2 masqueraded as any other digit, this cage would not sum to 45. So the actual 2 is, the 2 masquerading as a 2 is here. Now, Garion immediately spots something useful, which is that these digits, in order that there be 5 of them, I need to use the 2 as a high digit. So these are a 2 and then a 6, 7, 8, 9. And the 6s certainly don't go in the middle. And this seems not to be a 7. And so these are therefore from 1, 2, 3, 4. Note I can put a 4. Oh, sorry, I can put 6s in the middle. Sorry. Sorry, my belief that I could not put 6s in the middle was silly, because I could put a 6 with a 1, 2, for example. That would be okay. So don't listen to me. I think it's fine if I do that. But these certainly still are from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so these are 1, 2, 3. No, sorry, 1, 3, 4, 5 is what digits actually go here. That's what I was thinking, Selena, as a possibility. Something like that, so that we can keep track of those, which digits we've used as 2s. Couldn't one of the 9s be a 2, Karen? So I think I could put a 4 here with a 9, 2. And then I think it would be okay. So these digits are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that is not a 7. Still not a 2, that's true. Now, I think I can get rid of this coloring and start doing the doubler coloring business, where we can say none of these are 2s and none of these are 2s for sure. None of these are 2s for sure. None of these are 2s for sure. 7 is not a 2 for sure. Right. There definitely has to be a 2 in the 7 cage. Because if I use a 7 cage with no 2s, then I would have to actually make a 7 cage, which is never going to work. So this... Sorry, I don't know that it's 1, 2, 4, but I do know that there's a 1 and a 2 in it, I think. Yes, it could be 1, 2, 3 is still an option. But that means that these cells are not 2s, and these cells are not 2s. Oh, it can't be real 1, 2, 4, right? Because the real 2 is up here. So it has to be 1, 2, 3, right? If I do anything other than 1, 2, 3, then it's going to get 2. No, the 2 could masquerade as a second 1. Sorry. Yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 5. And there's definitely a 1 and a 2. So that's not a 1 and that's not a 1 either. So the 2 in column 1 is certainly masquerading as a low digit. And so what low digits is the 2 allowed, or is the 2 masquerading as? Well, here the 2 is masquerading as a 1, 3, or 4. Here it's masquerading as a 2. Here the 2 is masquerading as something like a 4, a 1. Well, it's not masquerading as a 1, I guess. A 4, or a 6, or a 3, something like that. Yeah, I think they almost have to be 3, 6, 2, now that I'm thinking about it. Because if I have the 2 masquerade as a 4, it's not next to 2 things. Uh, yeah, so I don't think I can make this anything out of 1, 2, 4, 8. No, 484 works. 484 does work, right? Uh, yeah, so it could be 484. That's right. Okay. Uh, I do know. Oh, here's the way to do this. Uh, there's no 1 or 2 on this authentic Renbon. So let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, 5. So I think this needs a 5 and a 6, right? This Renbon. So the point is, this Renbon needs a 5 and a 6. That's the thing to notice, because if this Renbon doesn't have a 5 or a 6. Oh, wait, I miscounted. I did not count that right. It needs a 6 and a 7? Oh, no, it only needs a 6. Wow, I'm all over the place today. It only needs a 6, sorry, so it doesn't necessarily need a 5. Right, it could be... It only needs a 6, which sadly does not tell us that there's no 5 in here. That's an interesting point. I can't put a 1 on this Renbon anywhere, because if I put a 1 on it, this is a point from Garion. If I put a 1 on it, I'd need a 2, but I don't have a 2 because the real 2's up here. So there's actually a 1 down here, which also tells me that these digits aren't 1, and then places 1 in the 22 cage over here, which is gorgeous. 1 probably does not go in the circle of this arrow. And so, and that gives me an actual oople here that makes this a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple over here. Oh, this is a 3, 4, 5 triple, apparently. So the 3, 4, 5 triple actually places our first 2. These aren't 2s. And so we can gray all of that. So no 2 there. And I know that one of these 2 is the 5 in that oople, so this is not a 5. Now, these 3 digits need to sum to 21. So they're 6, 7, 8, or they have a 9 in them. 3 and 4 only go next to 8 and 9, so this is not 6 or 7. Oh, there's no digit smaller than 6 in here. So it has to be 6, 7, 8 is the only thing that it could be. Because I can't use a digit that's smaller than that. So 6, 7, 8 is actually the minimum that these could be, and so it is 6, 7, 8. And so that's a 9. Hey, Carl. I hope you're doing well. So no 9s over there. I feel like we kind of wasted our 2 by putting our 2 next to a 9. We've got that. That 3 or 4 only goes next to a 2 or an 8, not next to other things. This can't be a 4 in the column because it can't be next to 2 9s. And this can't be a 4 in the column because it can't be next to 2 9s. And so that's a 1-3 pair that actually places this 4. Which makes these a 3-5 pair, which gets rid of 3 and 5 from these cells. These are a 1-4 pair now. Let's see. The 3 in this column needs a 2 with it. Oh, this is even easier than that. I can't put a 4 next to an 8. Why am I even contemplating the world where I'm putting a 4 next to an 8? I don't know. Oops. So, so this 2 is definitely really a 9, by the way. This 2 is secretly really a 9. This 2 I don't think I yet know the identity of. But this can't be a 3 anymore because these aren't 2 anymore. These are now gray, and so this can only be a 1. Making that a 4, making that a 1, making that a 3. Oh, by the way, this is gray for sure. One of these is over there for sure. 3 can't go next to a 6 or a 7. So this is an 8. So those aren't 8. These aren't 8. Oh, so this is a 6 and a 7. No 6, 7, no 6. So this is acting as a 1. Because it can't be acting as a 2, because the one acting as a 2 is over here. And it's next to a 7, and 7 only goes next to 1 or a 2. So this is actually acting as a 1. In order to make that work. And so that resolves what's going on with the 7 cage. Because in order to put a 5 in here, I needed to have the 2 acting as a 1, and it now can't. So now this is a 1, 2, 3 cage. And so the 1, 2, 3 looks over and sorts out that this is a 5 and a 3. Doing all of that work. We know one of these is a 9, and it's certainly not that one. I think, actually. I'm not gonna 100% swear that, but I'm pretty sure I believe that. Yeah, that puts a 3 here. That's a good way to see this. Okay, so there's a 3 amongst these cells by sudoku. And that's very helpful because the highest I can get from 3 is 3, 4, 5, 6. So therefore, this has to be a 6. Oops. This has to be a 6. So these are value-wise 3, 4, 5. But I don't think I know which of those is actually a 2 yet. I'm sure we will figure it out with time. Let's see. Well, I know the 3 is a real 3. The 2 is acting as a 4 or a 5. That's the only options are that the 2 is acting as a 4 or 5. So I guess I can fill in that these are from 2, 3, 4, 5 is a thing that I can fill in with some confidence. And so I have down here my 7, 8, 9 along with a 1 and a 4 or a 5. But the 5 could be a fake 5. But there is a 4 or a 5 on this Renbon in this row. Right. So this is Selena's point. Any chicanery that I engage in with the 2s is not going to make this any smaller than 6, but the circle sees a 6 and a 7, so this can only be 8 or 9. And I think there has to be a 1 on this arrow. Because if there's no 1 on the arrow, it would normally have to be 2, 3, 4. But I can't use the 2 as a 2, so it would be way bigger than that. So there has to be a 1 in here somewhere. One of these is a 1. For whatever that is worth. Is it not going to be possible to put a 2 on this arrow at all? That might turn out to be the case. It might turn out to be that it's just not even possible to put a 2 on this arrow, because maybe all the low values are gone. So I've used 2 as a... Oh, do we really want to think about these white dots? It didn't seem like they could possibly be useful. Oh, they have a 3 on them. They have a 3 on them. That's the interesting thing. So if I need a 3 on there, yeah, we've got a 2 and a 3, and so the largest number I can possibly put in here is 5. And so therefore I can't put the 8 or the 9 over here, is chat's point. So these have to be 2, 3, 5. And if I'm making these work, the 2 actually has to go in the middle in order to make that work. So we can gray these. Oh, right, this can be a 2. That's true. So we've got that, and that 8-9 pair looks up at that and says that's not an 8, and looks at these and says these aren't 9. Oh, and here the 2 is being a 4, so let's maintain our consistency. So we've got 2 acting as a 1. Sorry, we've got 2 acting as a 1 here. Two is acting as a 3 here. It's acting as a 4 here. It's acting as a 2 here. So everywhere else, 2 is acting as at least a 5. So 2 is acting as a 5 here is the point. And so if 2 is acting as a 5, that means there's no actual 5 over here. So these are 2, 3, 4. And then there's a 5 over here. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there's definitely an 8 over here too. And so that tells me that actually these, because there's definitely a 5 over here and an 8, that tells me that this line is a 5, 6, 7, 8. It has no optionality other than that. And so if these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 4 and 9 down here. That means that one of these up here is a 9. It's not that there can't be a real 4, Kurban, it's that there has to be a real 8. And if there's both a real 5 and a real 8, just by looking at row 5, then there's not room for a real 4 anymore. Because there's no 2 wildness stuff going on. DWeb is pointing out that this digit needs to go on this Renbon, and so it has to go there. So this digit's not a 5 or an 8. I can get rid of my corner marks now. They've become a little gratuitous. One of these is a 9, which I guess I already knew. What can this digit be? Well, it's certainly not a 1 or a 2. It's not a 4 or a 9. So it's a 5, a 7, or an 8. Is there really an option in this world that makes this a 5? I don't see what's wrong with 5 with this being a 1, 4. I don't think. Might be fine. So I think this being a 5 is fine. Okay. So this 8 has now meant that now if I look at the values of this, so let's just write it in. So 1, 2, 4, 8, 3, 6. There's no longer able to be an 8 up here. There's no longer able to be a 1 up here. So these are from 2, 3, 4, 6. But if I use a 4, I can use neither a 3 nor a 6. And so then this becomes a 2, 4 triple, which does not work. So I can't use the 4 at all. I have to use the 3 and the 6. And so these actually become a 2, 3, 6 triple. Fortunately, I didn't have to argue that, Nicholas. I could have argued that, but I did not have to. We got to argue simpler things. And 2 is not in the middle. That's fair. So actually, that's just a vanilla 3, 6. And so the 2 is acting as a 3 or a 6, but we've already had 2 act as a 3. So the 2 is actually acting as a 6. And if the 2 is actually acting as a 6, then the thing in the middle is a 3. So then that has made this a 2, which grays all of that. So these are not 2. So this digit's now at least 5. And it can't possibly be a 6, right? If this were a 6, yeah, this can't be a 6. So this just has to be a 5. Because it's not anything other than that. So these can't have a value of 1, 2, so they must be 1, 3, I believe. Which has made this a 2 or a 9. In order to make that possibly work. That has given me a Jovi on 3s, which places a 3 in one of these cells. I don't know where yet. This yellow digit I should mark is a 3. That's true. So let us do that. This is the 2 counting as a 3. Right. These things are not the 2. So therefore this thing is the 2. So therefore these things are not the 2. So therefore this is not the 2. So therefore this is the 2. This is the place where the 2 acts as a 6. And this is the place where the 6 acts as the 6. So what is this 2 acting as, is people's question. It's not acting as a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4, or a 5, or a 6. So it's minimum acting as a 7, so it can only be acting as a 7 or an 8. But an 8 would be too big, so it must be acting as a 7. And then this has to be a 1 with an 8. That's a 1, is people's point. So therefore, no 8s go there. I probably know what this digit just is, if I think about it. It's got to be a 5, right? Got to put the 5 in this box somewhere. This is not an 8. That 1 sees this 3 and this 1, which sees this 5 and this 3. which makes this a 3 and this a 1. Let's see, this is not a 6, this is not a 5. These digits are something, and I need to remind Mark they're not 2, despite Mark enthusiastically reminding me that they could be 2, but they can't actually be 2. Right. This can't be 9 because that's the 9 is people's point. So in fact, this is not a 2. This is just an authentic 9. Which makes that a 7 and a 9, which makes that an 8. I guess I had a 6-7 pair there. I'd not appreciated. 8 and 9. 4. Not 4 or 9. Okay, and so now the remaining yellow, I actually know what it is. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. The remaining yellow is an 8. And so the 8 must go here on the thermo, which is going to get us some gray stuff in the grid. And so this is the last digit in the row. 2, 3, 4, it's 5. And so this digit is less than 5. It is 1, 3, 4, or 5, but of those, 3 is the only option that is available. Oh, sorry, 1, 3, or 4, but again, it's only 3. That's the actual answer. So this is not the 3 up here. And so let's look at what's going on in this box. So we've got a 1 and a 2. We need a 3, or we've got a 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5. We need a 6, 7, and 8. And so of those, this one can only be 4, it would appear. And so these are a 6, 8 pair, which has made that a 7. So these are not 4 or 7. They are 6 and 8. That 4 has made this a 2, which has made it yellow. And remember, this 2 is actually living its life as a 5. We don't judge around here. So those are gray. That is a 2. This is the 2 living as a 2. These aren't 2s. No 3 in the corner over there. Let's see. Those are 6 and 8. Should put a large 2 there. There we go. We can make that a large 2 and see if that that works for the authentic 2. And now we can probably just mark up the rest of the cells and remind Mark that even if Mark believes these can be 2, they actually can't be 2. So that's a 1, that's a 4 and a 5. That's a 7 and a 9. These are a 4, 6 pair, making that a 5. That's a 3 and a 4, and a 6 and a 7, and a 6, and an 8, and a 9, and a 6, and a 6, and an 8, and a 6, and a 4, and a 9, and an 8, and a 3, and a 4, and a 6, and 8, and a 7, and a 9, and a 5, and a 7, and a 9, and an 8, and a 7, and a 4, and our last digit is a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I don't know. What do people think? Should we leave it like this, or should we actually fill in 2s in all of the yellow cells before we call it good? But anyway, that was an absolutely lovely puzzle, Wolff. A delightful little romp there. I quite enjoyed that. Let's see. I have 1 vote for fill in the 2s. A second vote for fill in the 2s. Okay, fill in the 2s is winning. So we will indeed fill in the 2s. Oh no, M Nasty has now made it more controversial by saying no 2s. But Fill the Twos seems to somehow be winning. Fill in with fives. Fill in with fives. The solve counter is at 2, so who knows how many solves there are if the solve counter reports 2. Fill half the twos. Excellent puzzle. I know I've had this laying around in the bucket for forever, but I'm glad I finally got to it. So thank you so much. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with another puzzle. Actually, I think we'll probably be back with 6x6s. It's probably what's going to happen, but I'll be right back with something. Welcome back, everyone. I can certainly be a larger zeta for this. We are back with a 6x6. I have been in recent streams trying to dig back and find 6x6s that I have not done yet. So this is one of those 6x6s that at least I believe I have not done yet. We've been going back and sort of digging through some of the annals of history, so to speak. So this is a mormagli 6x6. By the way, if you're a setter and you like making 6x6s, I do accept submissions for 6x6s for me to do at the end of stream. Yes, thank you, Nicholas. Don't forget to like the stream if you have not yet done so. It is always it is always appreciated. So let us get started on this. So one thing I notice is that every length 4 renbon in a 6x6 needs to have a 3 and a 4. And so therefore these digits are all not 3 or 4. They're 1, 2, 5, 6. And this one actually sees the entirety of this length 4 renbon, so it's also not 3 or 4. It's 1, 2, 5, or 6. Now, do I see any other cells that I need things? I might actually count 3 4s, actually, because I know there's 2 3 4s here. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12. Yes, okay, so all the 3 4s actually are on renbons. Because actually every if I just count, there are 12 total 3 4s in the puzzle. Every length 4 1 eats up 2 of them, and a length 3 1 always eats up at least 1, and in fact actually it eats up exactly 1. And so every cell not on a renbon is a 1, 2, 5, or 6. Sorry, every cell not on a renbon long enough to require a 3 4 is a 1, 2, 5, or 6. So we get all of those coming along. These are therefore either high or low. I don't know which. I don't think yet. But we can do this. Okay, and this is, of course, this one is a 5 or a 6 for whatever that is worth. Because it is bigger than everything else around it. So certainly, therefore, yeah, if this is a 5, then this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's a 6, which seems probably okay. I'm trying to see if there's clever things I can highlight where I know how many 1, 2, 3, 4s there are. Where I can sort of force where the 1, 2, 3, 4 goes on here. So I know one of these is a 1, 2, 3, 4 exactly. But I don't see an easy way to... Sorry, one of these is a 3, 4. I don't know. I might have said something nonsensical out loud. But I feel like I should be able to place the 3 4s if I'm careful about this. That's true. Garian's right. This can't be a 2. Because if this is a 2, then the 1 in the column goes on the renbon without a 2. That's a very good point. So, and likewise here, if I do exactly the same argument, if I made this a 2, it would put a 1 on this renbon. Therefore, these aren't 1s. Good, good. Yes, that's true. Agree. Let's see. So these are either a 5-6 pair or a 1-2 pair. Is that interesting in some way? Not that I can immediately see. These two digits in this box can only go in these 3 cells. But of course, it still could be that those 2 digits go there, and this misses the 5-6. Uh, uh, let's see. This can't be a 1. Oh, no, it could. Never mind. Sorry, this could be a 1. For whatever reason in my brain, that made these a 5-6 pair. But of course, they would not be a 5-6 pair. They would be thing. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there are 9 total Renbons in the puzzle. And the 9 total Renbons can each only eat up at most 1, 1, or 6. So there are at least 3 1s or 6s not on Renbons. So running down this this diagonal, there are at least 3 1s or 6s on it, for whatever that is worth. Is it interesting that there are at least 3 1-6s along here? And of course, I don't know what disposition those 1s and 6s would be. I'm not sure. And I actually know for sure that there's a 1-6 on each of these. And I know there's a 1-6 on each of these. So that's 4 of the 1-6s for the grid right there, out of the 12 that are necessary. Hmm. I'm trying to think about doing some like high-low coloring kind of stuff in here, but I'm not quite sure how to get started. Is it a problem if 2 and 5 are both on here in terms of what it's going to do? Because like a 2 is going to force this to be 5-6, and a 5 is going to force one to be 1-2. Oh, but it doesn't quite. So I couldn't ever have the 2 and the 5 in there, for what it's worth. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if it's a problem, if this is so let's see. FGM says these two are different. Right. They're different because remember, all my 3-4s are on Renbon, and all of the other Renbon have both a 3 and a 4, so I need a 3-4 pair on these. So these are an extra region. That's a good spot from the 3-4 counting argument. So therefore, this digit, where does it go in the extra region? This digit goes there in the extra region. So yeah, so we've got sort of an extra region going on. So we've got that and that. and this this is that, because it again can't repeat in the extra region. And so therefore this is that. So that is therefore that. Row 2, column 5 needs to go in the extra region. And it's not any of the... Oh, do I know it's not red? This could be red, I think. But I think I am confident that all of these are really correctly placed so far. Let's see. Green needs to go down here somewhere. Exactly one of these is 3 or 4. These two digits, these two cells, if I go ahead and make them green instead of yellow, they go there. Actually, maybe I should make them yellow and give them a green flash and say that they go there, just because of that being red. I don't know. That I feel like that's going to confuse me. If I'll figure out a way to notate it if I need to. Let's see. So this cell definitely goes on this Renbon because it sees this cell sees the entirety of the 3-cell Renbon in some weird way. Yeah, I guess I should make these different colors. Let's do it that way so we can do some high-low-ity stuff. So this one definitely sees every yellow digit. So yeah, these are yellow. I'll just black border my extra region. Okay, so this digit sees every yellow digit, so it's green. So DWeb says it doesn't. It sees green and orange and red, right? There's only 3 yellow digits. So I think that's right. So that's green. Oh, this is, of course, yellow. So that's all the yellow digits for this row. So those are green. I guess that's the argument I made before. Let's see. Green or orange. And I know orange is not the 3-4 from this. Right. This is not 3-4. This is what Jay is telling me is how to use this. This is not 3-4, so therefore these digits can't be yellow, because if they were yellow, they would rule. This would be 3-4. So these are green. Okay. Smart. Okay. Yes, and this is never 1 or 6. I agree with that assessment. This is 2-5 or 3-4. If we want to go into that, I somewhat fear that this is the way madness lies, but so unless these two are the same digit, this digit goes there. These are both yellow, then that has to be green. If these are both green, Does this then have to be yellow, probably? Uh, hmm. Let's see. I'm sure there is some clever point to be made. Uh, so yeah, if this is green, these are both yellows for the box. Uh, in which case that would be yellow. If this is yellow, I get less information. But the case where these are both green forces a lot. It would force this to be the orange yellow, for what it's worth. Right, neither of these Renbans has a 6 on it. I agree with that. Let's see, Selena says this is not orange-yellow. I'm not quite seeing why. Oh, right, because if this was orange-yellow, that would be orange-yellow as well. Right, this is not orange-yellow, right. So, if this is yellow at all, that's orange-yellow. So, the orange-yellow in this box is not in one of those spots. Hmm. So if this cell is green, it's got to be the green 3-4. That's an interesting point, right? If this cell is green, it's the green 3-4 because it sees the other two greens, which makes that not the green 3-4, which would make that the green 3-4. So the second this is green, both of these are the green 3-4. I don't know if that's at all interesting, but it is a thing I notice. Which would put one of these being the green 3-4. It's also not row 6, column 5. So the okay, so Selena's arguing this is. So we argued this is never orange yellow. So Selena would like to also argue this is not orange yellow. Oh, but Selena is retracted. Uh, uh, Martin says if this is 5, then these are both 6. which in the long run puts 2 6s on this Renbon, I am being told. So this so let's try it. So let's try and understand what's going on. It sort of looks like I'm supposed to say something about the word kite, given the way that these things are set up. So I'm wondering if the thing Martin sees is something I'm supposed to see by throwing around the right classic word. So if that's a 5, these are both 6. Which makes 6 green. And it puts a 6 there, I suppose. Which puts a 6 there, I suppose. Which puts a 6 there. And now puts a 6 there. Yeah, I don't see the clever way to see this. I wonder if it involves, let's see. Maybe I'm supposed to ask myself where this digit goes in this box, and note that this digit goes in one of those cells in this box, which goes in one of those cells in this box. And maybe that tells me something somehow. See, Paulfly says we actually know that this digit is the same as this digit, which would be very helpful. Oh, but we don't. This digit is yellow. Then it's yellow-green. Uh, hmm. Oh! No, never mind. Sorry. I saw something, but it was a lie. So there's something exciting I can do with knowing that all of these things contain green 3-4. So there's a green 3-4 here. Or that they contain yellow 3-4. One of these is yellow 3-4. So this is never yellow 3-4. So one of these two is yellow 3-4. Is that interesting? Because the yellow 3-4, there's 2 yellow 3-4s up in these boxes. Oh, no, sorry, I'm wrong. Right, sorry. That could be the yellow 3. Darn it. No, I'm not correct. I was approximately correct. Except not at all. But other than that. Can these both be yellow? Seems like a really weird question. Let's see, if row 6, column 6 is green, I'm following Jay's argument. If this is green, then row 5, column 5 equals row 4, column 4. Right. If this is green, these two are equal. And row 6, column 6. So yes, let's just do it. If this is green, of course this is green. And now these two cells are equal. And row 6, column 6 equals row 4, column 1. Row 1, column 4. Right. Wait. Right. Okay. So these are yellow in this world, and that's not this digit. So therefore, so where does this digit go in box 2? J40's contention is it only goes there because we've used all of the greens there. And so if this digit is green, it's not the same as that digit. So yeah, so these, in every possible universe, these two digits are different. Dorlier, it just says this digit's bigger than all the surrounding digits. I wonder if I should be using that I know these aren't ever 6. I don't think it makes them not 5 because I don't know they're both the same color. If this is 5, though, both of those are 6, and that doesn't work, right? So this can't be 5. This has to be 6. Okay, I believe that. So these are not 6. Right. So now, based on the previous look ahead, that makes these yellow. I'm not thrilled with our proof, but I'm definitely going to use it because we're at that point in the stream. So this is orange. And so that's yellow-orange just by yellow-orange sudoku. Let's see. So one of these two is yellow-orange. Yeah, this is not 2 or 6 anymore. In fact, actually, now this yellow is 1. Because if yellow is 5, this Renbon just doesn't work. Because if this is a 5, now that puts a 4 and a 6 on this Renbon without a 5. So this is now a 1, and that's a 2. So that's a 1, and a 1. That's a 5. This is green. This is green. Because it's high. This is green, so it's not a 2 or a 3. This is a 6, because it's high. Which makes that a 5, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 5. We did not always know that orange-yellow is extreme. At least I didn't. We figured it out because of it getting placed here, but it only got placed here through a ridiculous look ahead. That I don't think is what was the intended thing for us to see. But we saw it, so we used it. Uh, we will not feel any shame or guilt about this. Uh, so this cell sees every green digit, so it's yellow. These digits are all yellow. That's all the yellows for the row, so those are green. This is green as well, because we've got all the yellows for the row. So this is a 3. This is a 2 and a 1. I can get rid of my circling. This is a 6. These are a 4. Or that's the 6. That's the 4. Going along there. This is yellow. And is a 3. So that's green. And is a 4. So that's yellow. Let's see. That's a 3. So that's a 2. So that's a 3. So that's a 2. We need a 3 on this Renbon, so it goes there. So that's 4. Which makes that yellow, and that green. And so that is a 2, and that is a 5, and that is a 3, and that is a 2. And that does that. I really liked the extra region on these 2 Renbons. That was super cool. There was a step in there that we did not get, I feel like. But I'm not quite sure exactly how we were supposed to do it. But everything else was cool, but I think we missed one of the intended deductions. But I think these are an extra region was definitely an intended deduction, because that got us a lot. We just couldn't quite get that these had to be different without doing some fairly pernicious sorts of look ahead. Alrighty, but we will wrap up stream there for that. Yes, if you do find the intended deduction, definitely comment it, or if mormagli is later watching this and wants to drop it in the YouTube comments or in the Discord, I'm always happy to see it. Probably the YouTube comments is actually better for people who like look at this later in the future and go, hey, I wonder if anyone ever figured that out. But Discord is fine if you want people to respond or whatever. Anyway, thank you to everyone for coming. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. Very much appreciated. I appreciate everyone just being here. But if you want to support the stream, you can do that either if you would want to make a one-time donation, you can do that over at Ko-fi, link there. Or if you want to become a regular supporter, you can do that on Patreon or on YouTube. The YouTube membership button is just the join button down below. So if you want to click that, then for as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream. Greatly appreciated. And if you support at greater levels, you can do more. So if you support at the $10 level, you can vote on what puzzles we do, for example. We always start stream with the most voted on puzzle, and you also get access to sort of see what puzzles are coming up, all of that kind of thing, and say, hey, I really want to do that. At the top tier level, you can also even suggest puzzles for the stream. If you are so inclined and want to do that, we've done a number of puzzles that have been suggested by our turbines at the top level, but also the people at the top level we thank by name every stream. So those are David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, and Nita. Thank you so much to everyone, and I'll be back streaming again on Wednesday, so I look forward to seeing you then. But that's all for now, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you all real soon. Have a great day. Bye for now.